Y'all catch that ludicrous display last night? The thing about Arsenal is they always try and walk it in. I know Arsenal's game actually got postponed last night, so. Joke gets me every time, though. For the last 8 years. 9 years. 10 years. Talking about all the Nordic countries, one of my best friends moved to Norway to be with his wife. They were gonna have her immigrate here, and then they decided it actually kind of sucks here, so why don't we go back to where you're from, because it's better there. So that's what they did. Seemed quite happy there. Also, my favorite speedrunner is my favorite Mega Man X speedrunner is from Norway. Not Norway, Finland. Timu. Lovely accents. Also, the best cake is red velvet cake, because it's cream cheese. Cake sucks. What kind of heavenly shit do you have in Finland that you could be like, cake sucks? It was not the Packers. That hurts, by the way. I love like the funfetti birthday cake flavoring of like other stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I did not watch second one of the Super Bowl yesterday. One thing that's really... There have been two things that have really taken a hit since I got back into gaming. Anime watching and sports watching. I used to be the kind of sports fan that would watch anything that was on just because it was on, because that's how much I love sports. But the problem is I don't have the time for that anymore. So I've mainly just been focusing on like my teams. Anime watching for the same reason. I just don't have the time anymore. I'll catch some every so often, but I can't binge them like I used to. Really? I would say, man, you've had some bad carrot cake then. It shouldn't be super dry. Yeah, I would agree with CJ. You have not had good cake if that's the case. It should not be dry like that. Dry cake is not fantastic. It's like old bread then. But yeah, red velvet for me. I think I like many kinds of cake though. German chocolate cake, I think, is an underrated cake. I don't even know if it's actually associated with Germany or if it's just something you Americans call German cake because we didn't know what else to fucking call it. It does seem odd that a German cake is associated with coconut, because I do not associate coconut with Germany. All of my great-grandparents, and I mean all of them, well, 3 out of 4. The 4th I don't, she didn't live that much past when I was born, so I don't remember what her food was like, but the other 3 all made amazing homemade red velvet cake. Oh, it's because a guy was named German? That makes way more sense. Oh, way more sense. Because again, I don't think anybody goes to Germany and like, I want to try their coconut snacks now. They were invented in Germany? What? Then why are they like tropical fruits? Or vegetables. They're technically vegetables, right? Apparently I should be associating Germany with coconut then. Oh, I think in almost any type of dessert, using milk or cream is infinitely better than using water. That's the case with like oatmeal too. I think that should be like standard. Well, some things like that are engineered, aren't they? So in a way, they're like by selective breeding. That's what I mean. Like there are some things that have been like engineered, right? You can certainly breed different types of food. Yeah, the way bananas are now. That's a good example. Those were invented in that somebody else created them, and they didn't just spring up from the wild. if a robot were made of two smaller robots that could function separately. Well, I mean, they would have, aren't, well, magic artifacts that are like 0/0 with counters, or like XX or whatever, aren't their names generally like something automaton? Yeah, like mindless automaton. This Mirrodin? I just want to look at the picture. Or is this Darksteel? I don't know. No. What's time shifted? Oh, Exodus is the first set. But yeah, it seems like you're more talking about like tokens instead of counters. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. I mean, let's be honest here. Europe's got some good ass chocolate, especially compared to us. I have never had that before, nor have I ever heard of it as a thing. It sounds good though. That's what happens with inventions a lot of the time too. At least with like portions of an invention. Or it's like you have ideas and you're just trying to get one to stick. Not all inventions go through like a very deliberate process. Yeah, I don't know, Lux. It sounds familiar, but I can't. Automaton was the first one I could think of, but that type of artifact is normally associated with +1/+1 counters, not tokens. Megazord. Zords. Call it a Zord. All the Zords can function independently, but together they create the Megazord. That's interesting. I guess I've never believed that an invention had to be something entirely new, because a lot of things come from something, they require something that already exists. The bananas are one thing. Like so bananas existed, and they created new bananas. But then you have like grapples, which did not exist, but it's the same thing of breeding to create a new fruit, or, you know, that would be, even though you took two things that are existing, you still invented something. A grapple. I do not suggest eating those, but they are a thing. So I guess that would be the distinguish, that's what would distinguish the two, between like those two examples, I suppose. The Switch is a Megazord. Or like the car. There's an automotive, but like, I think it's more specific than that, because I think it's the person that created the electric car. I think that's an invention. I don't think that's just a, you know, oh, well, that was just cross breeding or whatever you want to other phrase you want to call it. It's still a car, just runs on different fuel. Now, what do we gotta talk to her about? Oh, the book. Idris. I was looking at Idris's name. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please.
Congratulations!
Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all, even though you obviously have. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up. Is it, Iris, that mantle script, or whatever you call it?
Not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddy's?
That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner.
Ah!
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together.
No. I just took you outside. Like, literally, before stream started. I'm not taking you outside again.
Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. Why the fuck are you asking me? I was as surprised as you are, though.
Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So where's your old...
Oh, God. What did you call it? The Brookden... What the fuck did you call the accent? Brookden Cockney? Yeah, Brook Lunddockney. It's really difficult. No. 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 Putting my foot down. No. Maybe she's just happy because I haven't actually talked all morning. Like, I haven't said a word.
So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time.
Longer than you think.
So, I've never really met him. Oh, right.
Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. That's fucking rude. If she wants to talk about her parents, she'll talk about them. Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean.
Oh, how?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that.
It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
Why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Yeah, now she's moaning over there. Good gym exercise, treadmill, but it's boring as fuck is the problem. Best shape I've ever been in my life is when I ran consistently, but god damn is it boring. It is so fucking boring.
All right then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it?
Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Also, she is a child.
Huh?
He said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. I'm sure there must have been a very good reason.
I think so too. You lot are all too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull over. He can't. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it.
Lying that he can't. He's not at liberty to tell her? Can you lie? I suppose, because the implication is that there's a very compelling reason why you can't share the information. And if there is no compelling reason other than he just doesn't want to, but then what would be the point of that? What?
Ellie's lying to me?
I realize that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina.
I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones.
Oh god, that's hard to say.
The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it.
Oh, Gina. I mean, is that why you wear green? I suppose.
I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. It sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh! I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I did want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
It does look like cotton. It does. It really does. One minute we're almost there, the next it's Tommy Wiseau. I go from Shulk to Dick Van Dyke to Australian to Frasier. That's impressively bad. That might be the most unique character I've ever voiced. I'm not sure if they knew that they thought she stole for no reason. They might just not have been able to understand, like, a good reason to do it. Or an understandable reason, at least. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that oh God, Jesus. All right, this sentence is gonna be a challenge. We'll see how many I can get into one sentence. Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? Well, come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windy Banks' storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you could know about it. Lucy thinks I'm actually hurt. Well, it's like the mental injury version of that. Oh, I agree with that, Maxim. From Californian surfer to cowboy to Hulk Hogan to parallel universe Canadian. That's funny. No, it's okay. It's okay. Family Guy can't actually hurt us anymore. Why are you hugging my arm? It's pretty sus. This is the first time I think she can legitimately be called Sasato. Deliberately withholding information. Apparently Gina doesn't see that. She just assumes if you're a grown-up, you must be lying, and if you're not a grown-up, you must be telling the truth. No, enough of that. Enough of that now. That's enough you've done. No, what? Sit. Not playing slap games. Or whatever that would be considered. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sewed it. Without telling you. Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't out of Windy Banks. You'd soon see it if you had a you'd soon see if you had a book. God. You'd soon see it if you had a look. I think part of the issue too is I'm trying to keep this like higher voice for her, and that makes it even more difficult. I think it would be a little less bad if Gina was a guy. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them.
If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sewed it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to do that.
I think that's what she said.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you?
No, of course not. We're pretty good at keeping secrets, let me tell you. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. Well, how does it? Because like, let me take a guess. If you're creating something with the ability to remove a piece of itself, but then it can also be a token, what it would be is, say, a 5/5, or it'd be a 0/0, comes into play with 5+1/+1 counters, each representing a limb. You remove a +1/+1 counter from it to create a blank token artifact creature token named blank or whatever. And then what you could do is sacrifice any number of those tokens to add that many +1/+1 counters back onto the artifact creature in order to allow it to reform itself. So you can like let it go or bring it back. Let it go, bring it back. Of course, then you'd have to have a reason why it could do, like, there has to be something interesting with being able to do that. Because just that by itself isn't super interesting. Like, if that had the ability, if each of the tokens had the ability to sacrifice themselves to draw a card, or deal 1 damage to target creature or player, something like that. That's almost like they could throw themselves at him. Lux is talking about a custom Magic the Gathering set that they're creating. Oh, the tokens can do it. I see. I see.
You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. As recompense for me lying to you. Or, I guess, more technically, withholding information. Omitting the truth, as it were. Oh yes, please! I can't wait, Susie!
I was gonna call her Sussy.
Good night, then!
Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child.
Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhito-san.
Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. Oh yeah, I reloaded this a bit over the weekend. What are you barking at? Oh, there's a truck. I see. You and your trucks. You're a little thicker today. Narrow hobo. Narrow hobo. The name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. Can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on.
Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo.
That voice. That's... Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Usada. No, I don't believe the girl's gone home. I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windybanks? Oh no! Voice! It's Susato, but in Sholmes' body! I wouldn't be super upset if Sholmes woke me up in the middle of the night too. Oh my god, we have to go on an adventure! Oh, I've been waiting my whole life for this moment! Could Gina have gone? I said you have some knowledge of the situation, Miss Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Dude, just fucking tell him. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. At once! Now I just did the opposite. Miss Susato! Oh, you're all dressed already. That was really fast. The door to Windybanks, it's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Why would the thief light... Okay. Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Okay. Can I just say that it's something little, but I appreciate that the game did this. I appreciate that if there was only one thing to do, that the game simply did it instead of making you select the option. They did it both with looking out the window and going into Windybanks. Don't stop to show me the menu so that I can examine shit if there's nothing else to do other than going inside. Just take me inside. It'd be different if this was like a third-person RPG or something like that, but this is it's a visual novel. I think in visual novels, that's what should happen. Or like Danganronpa, where you actually are able to move around. In these games, you can't really do that. What? Yeah, like the conversational part. Shenmue does that shit too, and it's really fucking annoying. But like at least with Danganronpa, you could actually run around somewhere else. So like, because it's more free roaming, they want to like They don't want to ever lock you in too much. But in this game, you don't do that at all, so there's really no point. And like giving you the ability to look around at nothing that's gonna matter. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello, what have we have here? Oh, hello, hello, what have we have here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? A policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windy Banks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina!
Okay. So. How did they let her get away with that pronunciation? Of Naruhodo. Did she say Naruhodo? No, that's, you weren't expecting it because that's not how you pronounce it. That was way off. I'm like, is there someone else there that I didn't know? That's how I pronounce it, Naruhodo. That is not how she said it. Probably. I would guess that that's what it was. Hold on. Now I have to check this. Because I swear the way she said it was not the way you should say his name. Come on.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
How bad is it?
So it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, but she still mispronounced it. It's not Hado. It's Hodo. Naruhodo is what she says. That is entirely incorrect. If that's how you pronounce his name would be spelled Naruhado. It seems like she added a U. Almost like she added a U to the end of his name. I did just react to myself. Yeah, so that's very much off. If that is 100% the incorrect way to spell his name. Or to pronounce his name. Well, it was not Ho. I just played it again. She said no Hado. I thought she dropped the U last time. I was wrong about that. She did say the U, but she did not say Ho. She said Ha. That's true. It was a cool cutscene. But she said that, and I was like... Although, actually... Actually, now that I think about it, well, so is it that she's, but why would you change it? Just give me an example. KY's name's Kyle, and when I, if I were to spell Kyle's name in Japanese, it would be Kairu. Or Cairo. Just, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Either way, it doesn't actually sound, it sounds different from Kyle. The difference being, if you take a Japanese name and put it into English, there would be no reason to change anything. It should still work the same based on our own rules and how it's pronounced. I mean, sure. I'm sure there could be a way to explain it. It's just that doesn't make it less weird to me. Right, but I'm saying in English, from English to Japanese, based on our rules, how the rules are supposed to work, at least how we're taught the rules. Obviously, that's not what actually necessarily happens. All these exceptions, that a lot of them are exceptions just because, not really a good reason for them, but like, yeah, we just do this because English sucks. It shouldn't change. It's Gina! No, see, it wouldn't be Hado in English either, because think of, well, okay, I can't say that because that's Westeros. That's an entirely fictional world. So maybe that's not a great indication of how the English would say the name. But think about Hodor. You'd say Hodor, you wouldn't say Hodor. And it's the same H-O-D-O. But again, that's a completely fictional world, so I guess yeah, that's not the greatest citation. Where do you get this definition from, Council? The medieval world of Westeros, my lord. Westeros. Yes. From the fictional story Game of Thrones. Fictional? Yes, the fictional story Game of Thrones. No. No, my lord. Game of Thrones is real. Game of Thrones is a fictional story, Council. You cannot use that as supporting evidence. Oh god, how embarrassing would that be? Again, I've been watching the IT crowd lately, and one of the jokes was they asked Douglas randomly, like, who's your favorite historical figure? And he said, Sherlock Holmes. And she's like, Sherlock Holmes is fictional. He's like, whoa. I think you need to check your facts. Oh, God. From that moment, Windy Bank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. So I'm sure that has actually happened, because you have to think that's happened somewhere in some court in the world. But that's what I'm saying, CJ. Is that how you would pronounce it in English? Because that seems really inconsistent with other English words. That are arranged in a similar fashion. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. As far as Japanese pronunciation, it is wrong. There is something wrong with it. You cannot pronounce H-O as ha, and that is how she pronounced it. I thought I might have been wrong the first time, but then I listened to it again. Naruhado. That's incorrect. That's the bottom line. She says it because it's like English pronunciation, sure. That's a great explanation of why that could happen, but it is wrong. Oh God, that's horrible, King. A quarter of the people who took that survey thought Winston Churchill was a fictional person. That's a legacy to leave. You are considered such a prominent figure that people don't even believe you were real. Oh, Iris.
Telegram came. All it said was wait at home.
Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have sent it. It was simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened?
No, that's Ginny.
What happened, Bruno?
Poor Iris, she's trembling. Obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know.
Something awful has happened, hasn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. He was based on Mayor Quimby, who was based off John F. Kennedy, who was actually based on Woodrow Wilson, who was then based on Edgar Hoover, who existed after. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. If you think she pronounced it correctly, either you are wrong or something is terribly wrong with my hearing. But we're just going to leave it at that. Either you're wrong or my ears are fucked up. That's just the bottom line. It's a very easy word to pronounce. Or I should say it's not easy. It's very straightforward to pronounce in Japanese. Naru hodo. Naru hodo. At least in terms of how the vowels are supposed to sound. I'm sure something about my pronunciation is off with the rest of the name. But if she didn't say ho, which she did not, she said ha. Not a low O or long O or whatever. It is wrong. That's because Americans just support bombing anyone, regardless of who it is. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. I honestly thought Herlock was gonna be killed there, and I was going to let out a scream of agony not ever seen on this channel.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling.
You did?
And I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there.
When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, when we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. That's interesting. I've never heard it called small hours before. But if you call it wee hours, it's the same thing, right? It's just interesting. I didn't know that was a common way of saying that. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away.
So it was one of them who shot Mr. Windybank, I suppose?
I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not?
They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Ginny! But why?
Well, the thing is...
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know. None of us think she did it.
And why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. It's funny how Ginny's words are gonna come back to bite her. Call him. Are you gonna trust me as your lawyer now? Or are you gonna pick someone else because I wouldn't be someone... What was her exact words? Like, basically that if she were on... similar to the Grand Theft Auto line, he could defend... I'd be able to defend an innocent man all the way to death row. Rosenberg. He could defend an innocent man all the way to death row.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot? No, no!
It's all right. His life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at St. Sinners. Infinitely better than the other one from Investigations. Oh, she's worried about. I'm just laughing. Relax. It's a good thing. Oh, God. Good times. Good times. He's at St. Sinners. They're tending to him there. No. No. Get down. No. Get down. Get down. No. No, we're not playing. No. No, she thinks we're playing. No, we're not playing. They're tending to him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
I think Saint Sinners takes it. Well, that's the thing. It is wrong then. Just because some people pronounce it that way doesn't make it correct. I'm not aware of any rules in Japanese pronunciation that without the additional, like, indicators, Lotsu, a U, long, dash, whatever, that it should be pronounced any differently than what the rules state. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's that bad. I've heard worse. Let's put it that way. Sharaku Hamzu, Hamzu. You get what they're saying. There are some names where it's like, I'm not exactly sure what you said. The speaker says it's correct. Okay. Okay. No, not at all. But sure. So there is no wrong way to ever say a word. That's asinine, at least within the context of the set rules that are provided to you. I don't believe that at all. Unless I'm misinterpreting what you said, but I don't think I am. I don't know. Isn't that the same way as who makes the laws? It doesn't make it less important that humans make the laws. Or who defines the word. Legally speaking, what defines a word? Legally speaking, just showing, like, various usage of a word is not going to be as strong as showing that Merriam-Webster has defined the word as such. But it is hard, but it is proven in court. You can prove in a court of law. Now, maybe that's I don't look at things as some pie in the sky ideal. I look at things from a very orderly, pragmatic style. If it can be defined, that is the definition. Outside of that, because if anything's just defined as whatever, then there's no point in ever having any of these discussions about definition, meanings of words, way they're pronounced. Because let's say, for example, you mispronounced a word. Somebody understood it, but somebody else didn't. Well, then how can it's correct to one person and incorrect to another? That's like a terrible way to teach language. A terrible way. If you actually want people to follow a language in which people understand. A terrible way to go about that. That's why it is taught the way that it is taught. That is true. That is what Van Zieks would do. But 1 million people in Japan don't pronounce Naruhodo like that. I think you know that, CJ. Yeah, exactly, Ram. There has to be rules. I don't agree at all with this concept of, well, it's just whatever we make it. Sure, I mean, at the very broadest level, but if it's to actually be understood, there has to be rules. So we can't just pretend like, well, if we all just, say something incorrectly, but then other people can understand it, because you're not taking into consider the people that might not understand it in that situation. Like, that's why there has to be a set of rules so that everybody can learn them and then go from there. So, like, if I'm talking about language, that's how I'm talking about language, not about linguistics in theory. I don't care about linguistics in theory. I don't see that as having any well, okay, not any. That would be hyperbole. I don't see it as having much practical application, personally speaking, especially now in today's world. I think you teach rules, it's going to be a lot more successful than simply recognizable patterns. Okay, but I don't care about linguistics That's not what I'm talking about. So yeah, we are talking about different things. If I say somebody's mispronounced something, I'm talking about based on the rules of language. I don't care about the linguistic theory about it. It would be, that is not how we are taught to say that word. You want to bring in linguistic theory? That's fine, but I don't care. Because of how impractical it is in something that, again, then we should talk about that sort of similar theory with everything. And then it's chaos. And as you all know, I'm not a chaotic person. I'm sure that's probably the explanation. And like I said, I'm not saying there isn't an explanation for it, a plausible explanation. Just that from the way you are taught how to speak Japanese, that is wrong. That's the point. There's no real arguing that. Idris like that? Well, that's why I asked. I'm 100% positive I asked you how to pronounce your name. I think you were like, close enough. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just go with Idris. I want to pronounce people's names correctly. And I guess one reason why I feel so strongly about this is because I have a name that's very hard to pronounce to people that don't understand rules. It's not okay to call me something that is not the way my name is said, regardless if I understand that you're probably talking to me by use of context. That is wrong. You cannot pronounce my name like that. If you do, I'm going to call you out for being wrong. And most of the time it's because people are idiots and don't just simply look at the words like, how would English teach me how to say this name? No, because they're fucking morons. Or just incredibly negligent at what they do. No. I 100%, if I am saying your name incorrectly, I want to know. Correct me, please. Because it's a big deal to me that people pronounce my name correctly. Hey, Amir, what's up? Because Twain's not my actual name. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Silent J at the end. I like it. I like it. Stop thinking about it, Lux. The vowel short, so like Emir, 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 Emir. I feel like I just can't get, like, I don't think that's right, and I feel like I can't get it right. Like, I'm Emir. Emir. Well, for you, the accent is weird. It's my nickname. It's part of my it's a part of my real name, but it's not the entirety of my real name. It's how friends shorten it. Well, it could be Lux. instead of lux. Or like in some language, or maybe the X is silent. Lu. La. Immer. Yeah, and that's frustrating as an English speaker when it's like, fuck, I can't do it. And that would be, wouldn't that be emiru? Those are long vowel sounds though. Devon. Devon. Maybe because it sounds higher class. Oh, Devon. I've always liked the name Devon. Emir. Like that. A silent lux and an unwritten meep. Like, what the fuck? Got you. So, Emir. Emir. But yeah, I'm like CJ because it's, well, not really, because I don't really think, if I told you guys what my real name is, I would think 98, 99% of you would be able to pronounce it correctly, because a lot of you are very, first of all, a lot of you are international and like international non-English, and those are the people that can say my name correctly the easiest because they actually follow the goddamn rules. And even the people that are English seem, the people here, at least, like I said, most of you seem to have a general disposition towards language. So I think most of you would be able to get it right, unlike 98% of the people in my day-to-day interactions. Is it Davar or Davar? Cool either way. I like that name. Trep, am I getting am I pronouncing your name correct? Or is it Trep? I know that's not like that's not your, I think you told me that's not your real name, right? Because it's based on your original username, which was either Trepamine or Trepamine. Trip. Got the little accent. All right, before we go on, anybody else who I'm fucking up your name, please tell me right now, because I want to know. I always want to know. I know a lot of people get pissy when they get corrected. Names are one thing that I 100% will never, ever, ever, ever get pissed off about, because everyone's name should be said as correctly as possible. That, and I care enough where I want to make sure I'm addressing everybody by their name, because I know how fucking irritating it is to have your name pronounced in a way that it is not. Not even remotely spelled that way. Oh, God. The other reason you guys would be able to get my name right is because you actually know the biggest problem with my name is ironically, the Twain pronunciation part of it. But it's because of the way the name is, the name is made in its entirety. So the way I always get people to be able to pronounce my name correctly, it's like, I bring up like Mark, it's like Mark Twain. It's Twain. Twain, that is how that part of the name is pronounced. And you guys already know that, so then you would know. There's like, I think there's only two proper, or like what I would consider acceptable ways to pronounce my name based on the letters that are there. One's not right, but like if you say that, I'm like, okay, well I could see why you would say that, because that sort of makes sense from a rules perspective. But this is how it's actually, you know, this is, if you apply everything you know about English, this is how this is pronounced. Is that where it's from, the Stormlight archive? A steamboat term? I knew it was a pen name, because his name's, I just watched that Star Trek episode, too. Clemens, Samuel Clemens, right? Name reveal when? Never. Don't trust people enough. Some of the really, really, really long-term viewers know my name. Tom knows my name for, you know, for professional purposes, because he's going to law school. So I directed him towards my LinkedIn, and my firm website. Me and Drovian, my law partner, used to do a law podcast on a bi-weekly basis for our local, like, it was like our neighborhood radio station. The signal didn't go out super far. It was only like a 5-mile radius or something like that. But it was always posted online, and Tal showed a lot of interest in listening to him. So I gave Tal the link to our website that had the podcasts up. And I'm assuming then Switcher knows, but I think those are the only 3 people that I have told. There might be somebody that I'm forgetting. 2 fathoms? Is that what they mean too when they say something like slice in twain? Yeah, because it sounds like a different name. Josh. I like the name Josh, but if you're like hoping to become a strong, like, that's more of like a strong actor's name. It's not as strong of a 19th century author name. When I think of Josh, I think like young, good looking, like the boyish good looks, nice hair. But I'm thinking of him in some dramatic acting, not writing Huck Finn. No offense to all you Joshes out there. Like I said, very positive impression of your name. Lucy's real name is Lucy. It is not short for Lucilius. Oh, that's funny though. See, it's gonna take me a little while to make sure I switch my brain because I've been calling you Emir for so long. Emir. Is that the flap that you mean? Because I'm not exactly sure what you meant by the flap. Is it still like a roll? Emir? Like that? That might actually help me get it down more, because it's always something to like think about by the end of the word. Sometimes helps me get the rest of the word correct. Lucilius Caesar Augustia. Don't tell your mother, but that is your real full name now. We'll never call you that, and so you won't actually understand it if I ever said it. But that is your real name now. Your full name. Okay? You understand? Do you understand? Do you? Every time I say do you, she's like, huh? Okay, let's get back on it. Interesting convo about linguistics, and language in general, but we probably spent a little too much time on it, and I apologize to the VOD viewers. But it was an interesting conversation, and very important to me for the reasons that I stated. It was the two things who were in Mr. Windybank's shops. Oh, the two things. That's wrong of me. They are not its. They are thugs. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Holmes when we disturbed them, you see. Fucking thugs! It was pitch black inside the shop at the time, except for that the candle was on, and it was obvious there was obviously light in the room when we went in. What? It went pitch black after we saw the people. Okay, actually, you know what? Forget what I said. He said at the time he got shot, so that's fair, because it was light, and then they hit the light, or shot him and then hit the light. Because if they were able to hit the light and then shoot him, that's actually kind of impressive. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. Yeah, I was wrong about that. Thinking about the way he phrased it, like, no, at the time it did go black, so that's not wrong. Amir, God, fuck. Amir ghosted you? So it's just like if you were saying a name, that name in Japanese, and in almost all cases, not all cases, but in a lot of cases, especially with foreign names, you would drop. It would sound just like having an RU at the end, except it's just the R. And so you say it like you would say it when you were pronouncing someone's name with katakana, and there was an R at the end of their name. Emiru. Yeah, like I said, if I know that I have to roll like that, I just didn't know what the term flap referred to. I think of it as roll, but that's just something I, like how I, like, rolling the tongue. It's more of a Spanish thing, I think. Yeah, that's fair. Avialar trap? Avialar tap. Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Finnish R's are also roll. So wait, is it Lin Karma or is it Lin Karma? I wish I got a peek at the silhouettes better, but I'm not gonna go back and look because that's cheating. I just know one was taller than the other. One was shorter, one was kind of taller. After that, I ran out in the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris. That's legitimate, like, oh, Iris. Yeah, no. Like, I understand what it means now when you say tap, because it, like, I think of it as rolling your tongue, but like, I still tap the top of my mouth when I do that. Oh, it's based off of Von Karma? Nice. I didn't know that. I think it's a cool name. Are all the Nordic languages like that, or is it just Finnish?
Where's Susie, Rono?
Rono. Rono! My name isn't...
Rono!
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Did she get a good look at the criminals? Miss Usato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later.
I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they?
Well, not dead, but they were the ones to shoot Holmes. So just because Ginny had a gun in her hand shouldn't mean she was arrested, detained, and questioned, but arrested? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris.
This is all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Windybank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. Unless, actually, okay, I take that back. Unless they believe that Gina was a part of the group that did it and that she's lying about, because she probably would have said, it wasn't me, I don't know who that was. And then they might be saying, yeah, sure. We think you're a part of the group that, because you shouldn't have been there in the first place anyways. So yeah, it makes sense.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards...
Don't tell me there was no one else in the room?
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed. Except for the fact that you could open the flap and shoot somebody from the back, which you saw the bullet hole in his back because he was face down. So Finnish is a lot different from Swedish and Norway. Oh, and Danish. Okay, that's interesting. See, that is super interesting to me. I learned something today. A plebeian like me would simply assume that because they're all in their own little, you know, almost like subcontinent together, we believe that all those languages must be similar, right? Would make sense otherwise, which is very ignorant. Is Scandinavia just an informal name for it, or is it like an official name for that very large peninsula? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Which is probably why the accents sound kind of familiar. Oh, Finland's not a part of... Oh. Danish is like speaking Norwegian with a potato in your mouth. Man, why do they make fun of each other like that? They should all be united. Like, hey, we all speak it a little differently, but we all speak it. It's already downloading because I booted up Genshin earlier today, so it's already downloading in the background. But thank you for the reminder. Appreciated. I see. Interesting. And yet Finland still has a flag very similar to the Scandinavian countries. I feel like Finland should have went like balls out with their flag, made it something completely different. Maybe that's why I first started associating it with it so closely. Not even the distance, but like the flag. Scandia. So if you don't have the Fenno, Scandinavia does not include Finland. I feel like I know a higher percentage of people from Finland that I probably should. Like, if you were to just take an average sample size of, like, for the average person, percentage of places where people are from, I would say it's probably higher than the average person's would be, yeah. That's how I generally refer to them as. And it's not because I knew about like, oh, well, they have these commonalities or whatever. That was just my intuition, was that referring to them as the Nordic countries sounds probably more correct for some reason. What? Oh my god. That is funny. Oh god. You are gonna knock everything over. Get down. She almost just destroyed everything on my desk. So, quick aside about Lucy, and then I'll, What is your problem? Like, I think she has to go outside, but I don't know why. She went to the bathroom. 2 hours. For a dog your size, you shouldn't have to go that frequently. I'll let her out and I'll tell you, what I was going to tell you while she's doing her thing. We'll let her stay out for a little while. It's actually a lot warmer today than it was yesterday. She didn't get out like at all. So doodles are really interesting in that there seems to be no in-between when it comes to them understanding their weight. So we got Lucy, who's a Sheepadoodle, really good friend. friends of ours, got a golden doodle a little bit after. So she's probably maybe like 4 months older than this golden doodle or whatever. But the golden doodle, it's a male, so it's bigger. He's like 90 pounds. She's like 70 something pounds. There is a tremendous difference in when she tries to jump on something, including my chest, and when he does that. When he does that, it's like a pillow is falling onto me. This big ass 90-pound dog likes to jump at you, but he does it with the grace of like a cloud. It's amazing. And when she does it, it's like what the fuck? Learn your weight. Yes, the only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well,
What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least, try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
Not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. Is this a rib at Phoenix? Because I feel like Phoenix did this type of shit quite readily. At least bringing Pearl along with them. The purpose of bodybuilding is to be able to love bigger dogs without restraints. I've been doing it wrong. Need to get on that bodybuilding kick. Pop. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Oh, all right then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me.
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. We know dude is not in his hospital bed if the surgery's done. He's like clinging onto the window.
Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Good. I was actually wondering where should I go first, because there are 3 places. Because, like, logically speaking, if we don't take emotions into account, you know, those pesky emotions, the crime scene would be where we should go first, because it's closest.
Hurley! Oh? He's not here!
No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she?
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and that bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
Or he just went home on his own accord. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there is no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered.
Oh.
Hello, what have we here? This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Easter gentleman. The great mystery solvers as a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear, is he going to be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Course.
Oh!
I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Ha! Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
Oh, poor Hurley.
Oh no. Well, look at this. The one thing at least stands out. What is up with this? Oh, I guess not. His chart. Apparently we are very, very good citizens and not looking at his chart to violate his medical history rights, private rights. Suspiciously high tolerance towards opioids. I want to check out the crime scene first before we go to... Oh, they might not... Let's see.
This is where it happened then? Last night.
That's right. The two things I told you about were obviously I did it again! That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables.
Apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance.
Oh, you're right about that, actually.
In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oh, I heard that! Oh, Inspector! Good morning. How are you? I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, Martin. Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you'd assign extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Your ladyship. No one told me you were coming?
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Bruno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Yes, sirree. Did you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some.
Ah, lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. It's befitting his character. It's good, but not a standout track to me. But it is very, I think it's very on point. Unlike, say, Gumshoes, which is a similarly, I don't want to say muted because that's exaggerating it. But it's not as grand, majestic, over the top as like a lot of the other themes. So it can be considered less noticeable. But Gumshoe's theme has a little something else to it that makes it, maybe it's Gumshoe himself, it's not really the music. That's the association, but it's got something where whenever Gumshoe's theme on, you're like, yeah, Gumshoe time, baby. Maybe his will be like that by the end of this game, too. I don't know. Like I said, it's good, just not as, it doesn't stand out to me as a lot of the others. Let the dog back in. It's warm, but it's not that warm. What, livelier? It does look odd. The squirrels are into it today. So how's the investigation? How's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. Some very definitive evidence. Just about to charge that driver. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're gonna charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me!
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How? How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. That's not Scotland Yard matters only, though. It's also his private medical... Okay, whatever.
I know he's being operated on at St. Sinis. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh!
Oh my god. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. It's also a fair bit of blood.
Oh no!
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know? Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop the bleeding. I said his life wasn't in danger? That is very much... Internal bleeding is very much life-threatening. Or an artery being hit.
But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better?
Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Because, of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. Oh god, the backwards smile. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right, you do treat us differently.
It's 'cause of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What'd you write about the inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. That's sick. Oh, that's amazing. All because someone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his mind about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say, is getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it.
That would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Ah, lovely. Ah, very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Important message? I wonder what it could be. Yeah, something she won't shut up about. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie! Is she alright?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? To where? To the Chief Justice's place. But I'm sure he forgot about that with all the, attempted murder going on around here. Lord Strongart's office, of course. He summoned him. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector.
Why did Susie have to go to see Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. I'd better head over to Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. I'm such a dick. Like, who the fuck keeps texting me? My mom and sister telling everybody Happy Valentine's Day. Maybe I shouldn't be an asshole. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow.
You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
Is it really normal to be in a place with such large cogs and gears and shit everywhere? Probably loud as a motherfucker. How so?
I mean, look at this suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks the same about you. Yo, what's up, JB? So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust?
Yes, thank you very much.
There they are, Saddle-san and Lord Strongart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? You return to your homeland? Susato-san!
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What is that about? Why are you talking about Mr. Sato's return to her homeland? And Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? What about Ginny's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear.
The fuck is this all about? Miss Susato, what's this all about? What's all this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan.
Ah, don't fucking worry. It's just your best friend leaving you to go all the way back home. Fucking whatever. Jesus Christ. I never gave credits for the stream.
Your life here can continue just as it has.
That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving?
It's my father. He's fallen ill.
Oh shit. Well yeah, maybe you should get back home immediately. I mean, you use credits every time you use the congratulations. For example.
Oh no!
Professor Mikotoba? Mikotoba? He can use them. If he uses congratulations, then he has used them. The problem with him being able to type correctly, well that's... He can type credits correctly without screwing it up. Kremits. We received an international telegram for the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker by the day.
Day by day. I don't believe it. An older gentleman falling ill. Oh my god. As you are... That's so insensitive. Of fucking course. It's certain things that people say, like, man, yeah, that really sucks. It's so terrible that this has happened to him. Like, I can't believe it. I guess it's still shocking that it kind of comes out of nowhere. Again, though, definitely being insensitive. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. Thank you for reminding us what our country's capital is. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely.
I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning.
Can't believe this is happening. Well, I'm trying to tone it down, but you can only tone down that voice so much.
So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court?
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago. And the day of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference to your line of services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now. Night and day differences. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Gregson mentioned something like that yesterday?
Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is... it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her." A timely suggestion. Sorry. The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair! Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with the public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. How the fuck would I know? You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder? Susato-san about to leave? Come, Miss Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste.
But, Susie... you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. That is not fucking true. At all. I just want to make it perfectly clear to everybody that I very much am in favor of a proper work-life balance, and in this situation, she needs to take her ass home and be with her dad. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Is she shorter than Pearls? Oh, maybe.
My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Miss Susato. It's a very pensive look. I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. She's 3'11"? Okay, yeah, Pearls is significantly taller than her. By fucking 7 inches. Let her in with her bag? Hello, Gina. And the gun?
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher earlier than I made! In prison! How weird!
I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for? Ginny!
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. We were thinking we might be able to help you.
Well, you can't.
Sorry?
You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me?
Pull the other one.
Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief.
That's not the right accent.
I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am.
But
Ginny! Be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one.
she couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Ginny?
Ouch. That's one stern look Susato-san is giving Gina. So Pearls is an above average for, right. Yeah, I guess CJ's issue is he'd just be like, wow, Twain would have it even harsher than I do. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away?
He wants me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me cause I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Cause that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums me whole life. You do what grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. Can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead.
Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could...
Forget it! Jenny, why don't you trust Runo? No, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
You don't trust me? Even after I got that other criminal off? Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers?
It's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and, well, you know the rest. Why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diamond ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work. And after time you don't even get... I've
actually been doing better than I have in the last few days.
It's a lot of work, and after time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place?
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyways, huh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference.
some short people. My condolences.
Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What? What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies?
What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna want to question me now.
Ginny, please.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. A photographic print of a really adorable cat.
Found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it.
No, the unforgivable lie is that she's really a cat, obviously, pretending to be a human.
Wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie! Well, that ain't my business! Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't! What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. So I will then guilt you into accepting this legal representation. It's all because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you.
Damn!
Huh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What'd you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. You've told us that everyone lies, so prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Somebody is wailing on that organ, I tell you. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? Ah! The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You recalled as a witness by the prosecution.
that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now?
Gant was born to the sound of organ? Yeah, he was.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. Couples got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it.
What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor.
And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? Symbolism. In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight.
Then, Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And about what he's going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers showed up.
Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Damn! You said Mr. McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw, but you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, you see, couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at the Windy Banks.
So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus?
Not for long. McGilded spotted it right away. Straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in its inside pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
The bot trucker told me. I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one.
Well, he's dead, so who cares? Asshole, anyways.
Cause it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining me ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably that was McGilded getting on board.
Nah, not only him. Oh, because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim.
Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them were asleep. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in no voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other.
So McGilded was lying, as I suspected.
I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me I'd back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two coves from up top ran off to get the coppers.
Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
Right, and after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor.
A favor?
Now then, fella, what I need you to do is to take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas.
A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street?
Yep, you got it. It was Windy Banks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop the coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see.
What were McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. It is derogatory. My apologies to any of my Irish brethren out there. Yeesh, yikes. That's, seems unnecessary to have in the game.
Not telling us so, not for anything. About what I saw and what I heard. There was something else as well.
There's more?
Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said.
I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all, huh?
You asked him to go pop your weasel, right?
That is not how I would interpret that sentence personally, but sure. Aye, the fiend's taking me overcoat to deposits with a pawnbroker hereabouts. But I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand?
What? You want me to add the ticket?
That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it.
All right then.
And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windy Banks so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come along and buy it.
But I ain't got that kind of brass.
Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. You go against me.
Yeah, I get it.
Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt.
The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking for you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. Let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't?
How much money would McGilded need to offer me for popping that? Well, I'm not as desperate as that omnibus driver, that's for sure. Everyone has their price, but I couldn't tell you what mine is because I don't know. I don't think you'd know until you see it. If you say you can't be bought with any price, you're a fucking liar. We're all flawed in that way. Some price. Doesn't even have to be monetary. Something. There's something that would get you to break.
After he'd gone over it all, I picked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He'd hid the pawnbroker's ticket in the same bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it. And coerced Gina into giving false testimony.
See, I think it's less that you need to be in a certain mind space to know what your price is, but I think the more desperate you are, your price will change, and the more aware you are that your price will change. Because I think it's relative to your situation. There's something, though. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't necessarily have to be a huge amount of money, but there's something. There is something out there where you would pop the weasel for, so to speak.
I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man! He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have, in an heartbeat, he would have had us all chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, huh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice.
Always have a choice, it's just a matter of whether it's the right choice or the wrong choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. Wrong. That's all relative, too.
But I'm for it now, huh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Huh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. The paper definitely won't let us. It has no authority to give us anything and won't tell us anything, by itself at least, without the help of a human hand, because it is an inanimate object.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Schoen was shot, you see.
You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be all right? Mr. Sholmes is gonna be all right, right?
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Schoen's sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Miss Usato?
Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here.
I mean, that's the hope, right, Maxim, that you never even have to know what it is. I always say what? About the choice thing? I get why it's irritating. People don't want to think that they could have done something else. It's easier and comforting to think that that was the only choice. But that's not ever true. Oh no, sorry, Maxim, I was talking to Emir. Feels pointless to point out. I feel like it's pointless to say because it's just flat out wrong. It doesn't actually mean anything. I had no choice. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Say something that actually has more meaning to it then. I thought it was the only thing I could do to save me friends. Okay. There we go. That's a meaningful sentence. How much I would pay McGilded to pop my weasel? That's an interesting question because I've never had to have anything like that happen. If I had McGilded's wealth and I was in McGilded's situation, I probably would have paid him more than 10. To ensure that it was done correctly. That's what Gina's slang was for the omnibus driver taking and pawning off the coat to Windy Banks for Mr. McGilded. No, fair enough. We all have those pet peeves, don't we? I mean, it's my pet peeve that people say that in the first place. It's like, dude, don't. Just don't. You're not adding anything. Pev Pete's. Those annoying Pev Pete's. Oh no, I was using it as a word for like, you were going based off of what I initially, the way I interpreted it originally when she said it. No, we were talking about it in a way of like doing something illegal for someone else. To cover their crimes up. Or in McGilded's case, if I'm in McGilded's case, pay someone else to cover up my crimes. It's your pet peeve when people talk about pet peeves? That's meta. Well done, Trep. You've talked about pet peeves before that weren't just people talking about pet peeves. You pet peeved yourself. That's a Pev Pete. What's the opposite of a pet peeve? So if a pet peeve is something that irritates you probably more than it should, the opposite of a pet peeve would be something that you enjoy more than you should. I don't know, is there a word for that or phrase? Yeah, I mean, that's still a lot of money for the cabbie, obviously. But I probably would have given him, if I had the wealth McGilded had, I probably would have given him 10 grand-ish worth, whatever that would have been. So like 100 guineas-ish? 90 guineas-ish? Yeah, I suppose it would be a guilty pleasure. Because the opposite, because a pet peeve is something that you don't feel bad that you have it. You just have it, and that's the way it is. So it would have to be the opposite of that too then, right? You could say soft spot too, because there's less indication of your personal state of mind. Of like guilt. I mean, pretty sure Johnny Cochran was paid over $1 million to defend O.J. Simpson. 79. We'll round it up to an even 80. But yeah, no, that's crazy. That's only like, in terms of defense attorneys, a lot of corporate attorneys in corporate cases will make that pretty easily.
I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Ginny, she seems so lonely.
Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windybanks now.
Yes! And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us, at least. Now we have her representation papers. No one else knows what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windybanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. You're correct. I don't like ambiguity. That's why I don't like open-ended endings. And I see it as mostly because open-ended and ambiguous things are inefficient. I'm pragmatic, which means I'm efficient, which means I don't have time to be worrying about ambiguous shit. Or even where, God forbid, there's vague shit that comes up. Oh, God. Oh, God. All of those things I mentioned are generally interconnected. Efficiency, pragmatism. Well, then maybe I'm not TE polar. Wanting something definite is efficiency. Because the less definite something is, generally speaking, the more inefficient it becomes. Because you'll likely have to spend more time on it than you need to. There are some open-ended endings I can get behind. I won't say that all of them are bad. I really like the ending to Rebuild of Evangelion. That was open. But there was still something like that like you're like, man, that happened. Kind of like V3, but not really. There's some parallels behind him. I see efficiency as maximizing the use of time. Efficiency is like directly related to time. That's how I connect them. See, I wouldn't define that as efficient. I would see having as many options available to you as see. This is the problem with trying to group people into these categories. I like having options when it is of use to me. If I have a case and I'm building a defense and I have many different arguments I can use, as many different options, then yes, I would prefer that, as opposed to just having one definitive argument. But in terms of the law itself, it's much easier to deal with if there is one definitive interpretation of it. A bright line rule, as they say. I'm very efficient at procrastinating. That's the thing. Like, I'm a procrastinator, which is very inefficient. And that's one of the reasons I love efficiency, is because I try to be not who I am in terms of a procrastinator. Oh, my system definitely values time. And that's partly because, okay, so for those that don't know, this is law related, so don't worry, we're not going to get off on a unrelated tangent here. When you are a lawyer working in a private law firm, most of the time, I don't have to do this as much anymore because different areas of law don't require you to do it as much. Immigration is one of those areas that don't really require you to do it as much because there's more flat fees. But one of the things you have to do and you have to be good at in order to A, make sure you are making what you deserve, and B, keeping a good enough record as to your activities is in billing. Everything you do goes in increments of 0.1. 0.1 is 6 minutes. There are 10 sets of 6 minutes in an hour. So 1 hour is 1.0 units. So every time I do something, even if it's 5 minutes, it gets charged as 6 minutes. Now, depending on what happens, sometimes if I'm like, it was 13 minutes, 14 minutes, I'll round it down to 0.2, which would be 12 minutes. Because it really wouldn't be fair to be charging, 18 minutes for 13 minutes of work when I can just go down to 12. Some lawyers will do that anyways, but I never felt good about doing that. Which, yes, means that in theory, you could charge for more than 24 hours in one day. However, there is an actual rule against that. They're like, this is how you're supposed to bill, but basically don't go too far, because that will look utterly ridiculous. Because somebody's done that before. Which why would you think you could get away with charging for more time than there was in a single day? And there's no way you were working for 24 hours straight. It just is, what? Anyways, so we are very much trained to think about time and how we are using our time, because we literally have to document it for bills. And as a part of that, we are taught to be concise with how we research, how we are writing, our writing in general. As much as people think lawyers are they'll just say a lot of nothing just to take up time, it's true. It's true sometimes, because some lawyers will do that simply to drag out a conversation so that they can bill more, which is also bullshit. What we are actually taught is to be as concise as possible. There was I have a friend who, when he was working for, he was a higher up in a company that he ended up leaving. He's not with them anymore. But they had their attorney who charged them, you know, whatever. But he'd also come talk to me about certain things that he knew I was knowledgeable. And he's like, God, I love talking to you so much more about this shit, because the other guy's just so, he never seems sure about everything he does. He drags out everything that he says longer than it needs to be. And when I talk to you, just like this, and this. Now, why wasn't I hired as counsel for that company? Well, it wasn't his decision as to who they would contract to do their legal work, and that person was in with the management that actually would decide that. So I could never become their contracted general counsel, so to speak. But it was nice to have that affirmation. But yeah, so time is an essential part of a lawyer's job. Maybe more so, probably more so than most other jobs out there. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representations up Gregson's ass and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Pow! What was it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Read them and weep.
Your ladyship. How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Ah, yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. It'd be all right if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter. That was too much light, sure. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank and Gina. Right, well, are we getting back to business then? Will we be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There are some articles to go through. It's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. Must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
Come then, let us not waste any time.
I mean, I don't care what you talk about. Just, I feel the need to point out the flaws of being too reliant on categorizing people. We talk about the benefits, we should also talk about the other side of it too. CJ. Well, then you do you, my dude. There's the article ledger here. Mr. Windybank's notes and... What's this? It looks as though someone left a little photographic print behind.
Oh, look at the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m.
Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think...
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. Never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. How do we not realize that that photograph is the exact same photograph as she gave us? The exact same! The exact same! How was that just not mentioned? Like, wow, these are the same. Or maybe there isn't the same. Oh, the cat's eyes are different. Okay. It would be weird for that one thing to be different.
It seems Mr. Windybank used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand.
This photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact picture somewhere else recently.
Oh yes, you're right. It's in your goddamn pocket.
God, that's so stupid.
It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Wow.
Hey, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruto? Get it out.
All right, all right. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are
exactly the same.
Actually, it looks like one is photographed 2 degrees to the left and the other 2 degrees to the right. I'm kidding. Well, if the one on the counter was used as a redemption ticket, perhaps the other photograph that Gina gave us has something written on the back too. Maybe I should have just turned it over and looked at it then, because that's what we're gonna have to do anyways. Instead of, oh God, okay.
Yeah, I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What's she mean?
You must tell us, Cyrus, at once. Do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs.
Well, just look at it. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
So, Iris, what about these two photographic prints? The one we found here on Mr. Windybank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you've mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? These two identical prints.
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now.
Oh, was I right? Is one facing...
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle, though.
But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see.
No, I don't.
The pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently?
Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is. You see, there it is, just over there.
Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Black magic.
Well, actually... It's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
You know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful! Then I'll be able to tell you!
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Well, actually...
Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just opened them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking.
If you try closing one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Ah, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you're able to see depth in these prints?
Yes, Bruno. You begin to understand. And a stereoscope's function
is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that?
Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really? What, Iris's name?
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Sada-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. All right, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time, using the R button.
Where's my button meta? Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed.
All right, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one point and slowly crossing your eyes.
Wait, do they actually want me to do it instead of like the game? That's kind of interesting. Oh, the game does it.
You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo.
Just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose.
The print split into two images for you? Now the next step. Split the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. until they form a new single image in the center. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works. I can see it in the middle now.
Luciano, stop being so earnest with that look. Oh, God.
It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle.
Oh, God. It actually started to work a little bit. Whew. Oh, God. It feels so weird. Yeah, it's not a comfortable feeling. Let me try this. Oh, God. Oh, I've never tried this before. I mean, I've crossed my eyes before. Don't get me wrong, but I've never like had a pair of pictures like this and then cross my eyes. I can do it easier without the glasses. At least I can get a lot further without it like becoming disconcerting. Oof. Okay. It happens a little quicker each time now. Like, this is it? I guess this is you actually doing it. Yeah, once it starts happening, once you get it to happen, like get closer and closer, it'll like go back into place like a lot faster. Like your mind's like used to it, or has an idea of what to expect at least, so it happens a little quicker each time.
There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Stereoscopic images work. Stereoscopic, scopic. Let's go. Well, I don't know how. I don't know who discovered it or how it was discovered, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints, then, Runo?
They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then the pair of photographs in this stand at the back. Then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back and...
Still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. You built a stereoscope? I didn't have that on my bingo card for today. For today's stream.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment.
Like, that's the only reason he invented it. Just be like, oh, you crossed your eyes. What kind of eye surgery are you getting, Lynn? No. That's not a Chad. That's a Giga Chad. Not padding it so everyone could make it? That's a fucking Giga Chad. Let's not understate how wonderful that is.
You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently.
But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. Okay. Do you associate cross-eyedness with hating something? I don't know. I guess I never had that association personally. Interesting. Pirates will hate this case. Oh, for lazy eye? There was a time where my left eye was problematic in that fashion. I've had surgery on both eyes, but I had surgery on my right eye first, and then surgery on my left eye 4 years later. And about 3 years in, this eye was so much better than this eye that, like, this eye just sort of stopped trying. And so it would very, like, easily start to wander. And I'd have to, like, I could feel it happening, so I could always, like, you know, get it straight. But, like, just the fact that if I was staring at something for too long, that would happen was, like, it was always unsettling. Then I had surgery on my left eye, and the muscle got stronger. Not only did the muscle re-strengthen, because then my left eye became a better eye than my right eye. Just move it, forehead. Do they work on the eye, or is it the muscles of the eye that they work on?
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
I disagree. It is more... There's something satisfying about it, don't get me wrong. But it also doesn't feel great. Stereoscopic pictures. I've never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them. But I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Let me put it in the court record. Maybe I'll need it. Which reminds me, the back of this photograph was used to write out the pawnbroker's ticket that Gina brought in here personally. And yesterday, the other photograph came from the pocket of McGilded's overcoat.
We need to examine everything carefully. And thoroughly, don't forget. That means look at the court record, idiot!
Look at the back of this print here. There's something written on it. Jar plastic's trying to fly its way off. There we go.
13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, one small box. Known amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m.
So this photographic print is a redemption ticket?
An article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem.
Yes, a small box. Doesn't tell us much about it, does it?
Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos?
I can't help wondering.
Presumably, Mr. McGilded never redeemed the article in question since he still had the ticket.
So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes! Something McGilded deposited. We need to investigate. It's something that would be forfeited at this point. So... I don't see any... Well, I mean, there's some small boxes, but I don't think... That right there? I don't know what that is. Almost looks like a camera. Alright, well, let's go back here. Yeah. I just want to go to the storeroom. I don't need the recap. The reaffirmation that we're gonna do our job well. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just go. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that would have. I would suppose that has something to do with the muscle, but I'm not sure. Poor Iris, she clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! Was it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before is the thing. I don't know what to say to her. You weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this saw a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Oh, Hurley! And inquire into how Mr. Shom's operation is going. Didn't we why would he know anything more than when we just talked to him? Anyways, let's inspect first. The opposite of head pats? Well, for a man, it'd be a groin kick. Police have marked the position of the body with the chalk line. See, you want an example of toxic positivity? That is what toxic positivity is. And I don't remember Kaede saying anything like that. Well, at least we aren't dead, guys. Fucking. Fuck.
Poor Mr. Windybank, he was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once, true to heart. Most likely the fella died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
Aha! I mean, we'll be able to help with that.
With what?
Something like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. Hey, you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing?
Ellie and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does.
Well, that's what generally happens, right? When something starts its action, you see what it actually does.
Watch!
Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed.
There! Does it make sense now?
Okay, no, actually, I don't. Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good! It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful.
Are we identifying that it's his blood? The chemical it
fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash.
Okay.
Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great.
So, whose blood are we looking at then?
This must be Mr. Windybank's blood.
Yes, that is where he was shot, so can't be any question of that.
This could turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we simply must make a note of it. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have Regent left, sure.
Regent. Oh, I'm gonna make myself barf here.
As long as I have reagent, sure. Starhoda, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
Red smear, you mean?
Yes. Looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case,
Yes, we need Iris.
we should show this to her before we forget. Okay. How do we show this to her? We have to wait until she's like on screen? I want to do it now. Fucking stifle me. This is a revolver, a real one.
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Riddle look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybank with this yesterday, didn't we? Several times, in fact. Must be the same gun. Last night. When I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Windybank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
We can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. All these articles at the deposit. This room is stuffed full of them.
Can't believe how many there are. Bicycle, gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Apparently I was talking out loud again. Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked.
Ah!
What is it, Iris?
That's the box file that my manuscript is being kept in. Oh, shit.
Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this...
You must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris's story was there.
Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he'd deposit it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Oop. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me.
Somebody else's blood. Look at that.
Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? You simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
It really is weird how often they don't realize it's blood pretty much straight away. I mean, I don't know. The mystery's fine. Gina seems cool as a defendant. She's probably gonna end up being one of the best defendants in the series so far I've played. I like how it ties into the case in chapter 3. Oh, this particular stain of blood.
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? You know whose blood this is?
Why would I? It's McGilded's ticket. Yes, I have an idea as whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Reno. Who do you think it belongs to?
Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Wait. This was in the pocket. Of the coat that was turned in 2 days after. Wait, who'd the coat belong to? Was it McGilded's or was it Mason's? Like, is it Mason's? No, it's McGilded's. Because they mentioned that it was McGilded size or whatever.
Mr. McGilded?
Yes, after all, the redemption ticket belonged to him.
Oh, you don't think... You mean that during the incident at the on the omnibus...
Oh yeah, plus the gloved blood finger. Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood. It must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus.
Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on Mr. McGilded at all.
Oh.
Trying to work out who the blood came from.
Right, it was his coat because it was Magnus's ticket, but the blood he had on his gloves was Mason's. Right. Yes, I suppose we can. I'll have to think this through some more. Who was bleeding at the time? All over the place. Thrice fired Mason?
You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. Of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case?
Yes.
His name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason.
Once he stole Mason's blood, it was legally McGilded's blood.
That would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windy Banks yesterday. I'm suggesting... Okay, I also had the tickets mixed up. That would have made a lot more sense. Because that was the ticket that was actually brought in. And the one she gave us was the one that didn't have blood on it. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
That's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago? 2 months ago! Exclamation point, not question mark. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mask.
Well, we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere in his body, from which we can conclude any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this.
That's not really how it works. It's not about ownership, but decision making. At least that's how I understand it. Where else? Do we show this to the inspector? Wait, what did I just show him? Did I accidentally move it? Okay. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Oh, that's not. I want to show him this. Okay. That's the ownership of the crown, though, not the king's body itself. Is there anywhere else we can go? Should we go outside? No. Oh. That's right. They mentioned something about talking to him again. Yeah. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Sure. You got eyes, haven't you? Use them. Here's what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Grancy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. Lock appears to be broken now, though. What, was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh, as you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate. Prostrate on the floor, right? Is that how it's pronounced? As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. Still alive, you know. Yes, well, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No!
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In a pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom?
Or what, the key to the storeroom?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. Oh, which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Prostrate? Oh, so like prostate. You just add an R to it? Yeah, I first read it as prostate, and I'm like, that can't be right. Like, oh, there's an R there. Obviously, my personal opinion is that all some sort of a misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Yeah. Okay. See if you feel that way on the stand.
Regsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Wow. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. Whole body?
Anesthetized? Anesthetized? No. Anesthetized?
That's a weird... That's really weird to say. It just feels so strange.
Anesthetized? Anesthetized?
Do you not pronounce it the same? So you wouldn't pronounce it like anesthetic, right? Would it be anest instead of anesthetized? So that seems to roll off the tongue a little more. Why would that be niece? That's so weird. Yeah, that's like what? Anesthetized? Anastasia. Anesthetist? You're fucking shitting me, Trep. That is actually the worst pronunciation that we've tried so far. And so, and not that it's incorrect, it hurts to say. Anesthetist? Oh God. Yeah, that is actually the worst. Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Oh, niece, I see. Anesthetized. And anesthetized. I wonder if that's a difference between British English and American English. Because we would say it like anesthetized. Because we don't say anesthetic. We say anesthetic. Anesthetic. I feel like neither of them are actually correct. Going back to the whole linguistics conversation, or laws or whatever. But this is the part of that linguist we all know what they're talking about. Yeah, that's how I've heard them too, Devin. Apparently, English, British English is anise.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
Trouble is, the thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. I couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. And is the tiss. And is the tiss!
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get the word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Are you really bitching about that? Now. Nope. Are we gonna go... Nope. What do I still have to do here? Prison? She's probably in questioning. Yeah. That is not what happened. What, the comments that I've been literally reading aloud? Or the comments where they mention that, oh, she's not there. I don't know. Oh, these? The other one was worthless. We have to help Ginny. Yeah, no shit. Is there more blood around here? Thought I examined everything that was here. I missed something. I missed something? Oh, oh, oh. Nothing. Unless she means the main room. But yeah, I will say it's probably poor form to say it in a sarcastic way like that. Kind of makes you seem like a little bit of a jerk. So you're not reading Iris's comments, huh? Doesn't that seem like an asshole thing to say? Instead of just saying like, oh, Iris's comments are helpful. In probably helping you figure out what you're looking for. You should check and see what Iris says. Ooh, what's this? Oh, right. We're gonna talk about the disc.
That's a music box. You have them where you come from, Bruno?
Yes, but I've never seen one. Oh, wait, no, we've said this already.
Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Maybe they shouldn't be such assholes about it.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grigsby to have a word.
There's Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not even the... I get what you're saying. The way you said it was a statement, was indeed more of a statement of fact rather than suggestion at face value, but we still know that that's what it was. You get what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to functionality of the game, I don't really mind if people say something like, hey, don't forget that Iris will make comments or something, because maybe I've forgotten that. And if I miss that, I might be wandering around for fucking hours, and I don't want to do that, you know? As opposed to like, go do this, you have to go do this, you know? That one's obviously more of like a... Because there's nothing... You know, I'm just playing through someone else at that point. So I do get what you mean now, though, but as to why you phrased it that way instead of the way that I was talking about. Do we have to talk to the Oh, that's something on the ground. See that last time. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me.
But clearly Mr. Windybank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. I don't want to go to the pawn shop. Is that? Yeah, I can't tell what that is. I guess it's not anything worth looking at right now. Oh. We gotta look at this again. This is the strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. Mr. Shums gleefully showed it to us yesterday. We're blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. I thought we had looked at that already. I guess not. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are. As though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, He used the great big contraption over there.
Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. The really practical way of time traveling. Taking something from a place that's ahead and more advanced in technology and taking it back to a country that doesn't have that thing. But it doesn't work at all if it's not practical for that country. In some way. Whether it be affordability or whatnot. Now, obviously, it isn't as much of a problem as it was before because there's so much more information sharing than there used to be. Ah, look there. Damn, I completely missed that. Oh yes, a bullet hole. I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Winniebeck wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Okay, so we already have a contradiction. Unless one of the thugs had a gun, because there was only one bullet in that gun, and there are 2 bullets that have been fired here. I suppose that one shot could have went through Mr. Windybank's ample figure into the calendar, but then either he himself or they would have had to have moved him into the storeroom and then locked the door. Yep. Just like the omnibus, just plain old missed the big old blood spot. That actually did happen this time. Yo, what's up, Tal? Maybe he's like, yeah, I guess. Maybe he does like janitorial work around the university. Maybe he's just saying that he, instead of doing nothing during his spare time. Actually, I take that back. I think that's a reference to Phoenix. When Phoenix didn't have any cases, they kept talking about him cleaning his toilet. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Not that he makes money. Had a red mole. It was there when I visited here the first time. Presumably, Mr. Windybank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Everyone in game and out of game is. I am Godot. Like, how did I not see that red? Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. You get dunked. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget about that now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. Is that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Could it be blood? Perhaps it's just red Kool-Aid. Or a nice vibrant Merlot. That's funny, Lux. That's a callback. – the blood just disappearing from my tissues, apparently. Oh, God.
Ah, this is where I come in. Move!
Oh, right. The blood changes in the skin to color. No, shoot, boom!
Exactly. Here we go then.
That could be Sholmes's blood, I suppose. But if he got shot in the gut, why the fuck would the bullet be so high? Unless he got shot in like an upward angle. Does that have to, would have had to have gone like through his head? Look at the fucking dude next to it. That's high.
It's completely different to the color than, it's completely different to the color that Mr. Windybank's blood turned in the analysis. Just goes to show, things don't always go according to plan, do they? Nevertheless, we must add this sample to the results of the other blood analysis.
Green blood.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know, because it would probably be orange. Because life spites me. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in. Yeah, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. For those that don't know already or had never picked this up, I give every officer, unless there are two like next to each other, and they're like having a conversation between each other, every officer gets the Lou voice from The Simpsons. In this case, we got a slightly British Lou, slightly though, because I'm not really good with that accent with that voice.
Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. Ah, I really have a tough time with the British police. Yeah, that's pretty shitty.
That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it?
No, well, I mean, no, because we had sleep. So it's like, whatever. I'm fairly sure it was a calendar he was peering at. So that's the clue if you hadn't looked at it yet. Okay. That is not super helpful. And then you mentioned... Oh, she says something depending on the spot that you pick. Okay. I thought she just said the same thing, like, depending on where you were at the time. That's your concentration slip. Different normal delay for some reason. Okay, so we should probably check outside. Now will it work? Because we have all three of them? Nope. A doll of you? What, in the front room? Pinocchio? I don't see a Pinocchio. Pinocchio. Oh, this is you? Are you a blonde, Scarlet? You have pigtails like that. Nice hat, though. Alright, let's check out here. It's different. So let's take a look. Scott Yard's carriage outside when he bangs.
Never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Irish, she's very upset by all this. Yeah, no shit.
I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more.
No, this is your fault, Runo, so please don't apologize.
But
The criminals who are to blame for all this.
Oh, I had no idea what color your hair was. I don't think I've been a part of any conversation where we talked about your hair color. Could just been a matter of missing it. I'm a dumb salt and pepper. It's kind of depressing. Because at least I can't even just say I'm a dumb brunette now. In fact, I might have thought assumed your hair was red because of your name. If I'm being honest, I haven't thought about it in a while, but maybe that's what it was. A name is just a name. I don't know why I assumed it was your actual name. Or like Lynn's last name was actually Karma. Or that Lux's name was actually Fire Phantom. Ooh, I like gradients a lot. Gradient looks so cool. Love when people do that. Well, I mean, I won't know how you look without that big old Spike Spiegel hair. Which is actually really cool, by the way. No one will ever know that Maxim looks kind of like Diego Armando. It's ironic because Diego Armando is not Russian. Yes, you're right. And that was that. It's different today, but not really. Okay, so she must have just been... Well, we'll just... I'm pretty sure there's nothing here, but... Keep mentioning, maybe we can go back and see Sholmes now? After we did everything we were supposed to? Maybe he's in bed again? Yeah, oh, fuck! I was so happy for a brief... Wow, I honestly did not notice the big issues we have here, 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 and here. And there. Oh, there's another. Also didn't notice that. Crutches? I wonder what these are. Wow, really? I would have thought Japan would have. I mean, it's not like these are. Didn't Japan have some form of crutches? They had canes, at least. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris?
Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm you see.
Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in a hospital?
Maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Oh, that's funny. Okay, looks like that's it. But yeah, just because they're obvious doesn't mean that they actually had them. Go home real quick. Nope. Go to our office. Maybe we need to do some work in our office. Nope. You let your concentration slip, you might miss what people say. Tells me we have something left with Gregson. I don't think there's anything new to analyze after the green blood stain. Let's take a look at that record real quick. Yeah, that one seems a lot more like there is something going on here versus the other ones. I actually thought the Baker Street one was too, but I obviously read too much into that one. Yeah, that's not a sword, that's my best friend. How dare you call it an inanimate object? See, I didn't think so. I thought the Baker Street one was a pretty obvious indication that something's different. Maybe we should go see, maybe that means we should go check out and see what's different. But it turned out that that didn't have anything to do with anything. So I don't think they're entirely obvious, but I think this one is a much different than, Ginny, we have to help her! Well, I mean, duh. Something else to show him, perhaps? I mean, we don't have to show him this, but let's do it anyways. Gun-kun. Inspector, what do you make of this? Oh, what have we have here then? A redemption ticket from an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Was it to hand or on hand? Was to hand. Okay. I would say on hand, but I get why you would say to hand. Basically the same thing, right? Yes, this is the ticket from McGilded's over. Yes. No, yes, this is the ticket from it. It's because I ran out of water a while ago. I haven't wanted to get up because... Holy shit! I didn't think we were at 4 hours yet. We are way over. I need to stop after this. See, I don't do that for efficiency purposes. Like, these streams are already really long. Like, if I didn't talk to chat at all, maybe I'd do that, but... Yes, this is the ticket. This is a ticket for McGilded's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to,
Bruno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about, then? If I may be so bold as to ask?
This is the second ticket.
A second one? Seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windybanks. Is that right? I think it's this. I've been having my eye on this for a while, but it wouldn't let me look. It's kind of a noteworthy object compared to like these boxes, for example. And it's small too.
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Especially when he shits on me. You know better than I do you? Well, yes, in this case. His ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, there's more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Dregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, and all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. Oh, I'm barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months.
So the small box will no longer be in here then? That's right. It's been forfeited. Okay, so it was my initial suspicion, which is that it was out there, but nothing really caught my eye. I think I looked at tried looking at one thing, but it was all of this.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. Can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old.
Ah!
That would be fucking obnoxious.
And he jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windybank set such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
Her trial's tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes! Yes, you did! The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. And that's, dear friends, that's where we shall end it for today. I will say there is a slight, don't anticipate this though. If it happens, it happens. If not, that's what's more likely to be the case. Slight chance that I stream this Wednesday morning, because there's no stream on Friday. We get Earthbound tomorrow, and then that'll be it for our normal YouTube streams until Friday night. Will be a member stream. Probably the last night we're gonna do the old time slot for that. So might not have any more of this week unless I'm able to stream it on Wednesday. That really depends on how much work I'm able to get done over the next 2 days. Cause like Thursday, Friday, I have all day seminars, like all day. This thing that I paid $1,500 for is going to give me all of my learning credits that I need we need to do 30 credits of continuing legal education, they call it, every 2 years. This is going to give me all the credits I need. And it's going to help me set up a mediation portion of my practice. So, nothing Thursday, Friday. And so I have to have basically all my work done by Wednesday for this week. So, truncated week for me. Oh, it's fine. It was an interesting conversation. I'm all for interesting conversation, even if I disagree with people. I guess the only thing is we probably shouldn't have dragged it out as long as we did, but that's my fault too, not just your fault. It takes two to tango in that way, right? Yeah, I see that I can play Earthbound Beginnings very easy now since they have it on Switch, which is great. So I did say, and I'm serious about this, apparently Earthbound Beginnings is brutal, so that'll likely be the first let's play this together game, because I want to beat it, but I don't want to spend a ton of fucking time on it, especially if it's that brutal. So we'll probably be playing it in like a, all right, chat, guide me sort of way. Normally wouldn't do that, but in this case, I think it's probably going to be justified. Yeah, and I want to play it, but I also don't want it. It's not a game I want to play and be stuck on for fucking ever. But yeah, so otherwise, if we don't play Wednesday, we'll be back on Monday with this. So just be on the lookout Wednesday in case I put the stream up. If I do plan on streaming, I'll have the stream up by an hour. The same what I usually do. It's usually up about an hour before stream time. If you don't see it by then, I'm probably not doing it. So yeah, all right, everyone, take it easy. Thank you for watching. Stream is adjourned.
Dude's like totally sucking.